Okay, good evening to you all, and welcome to the regular business meeting of the Garner Town Council. Tonight's meeting is a little unusual because of some preliminary ceremonial stuff we were doing, and we're not quite finished with that. But I would say to those of you who are standing that after we complete some of the preliminary stuff, there will be probably a number of folks who will be departing at that time, so there will be more seating in just a little while. So thank you for your indulgence here this evening. Sure enough, we appreciate you coming out. So I'm going to begin the meeting tonight by asking our town clerk, if she will, to call the roll.
Mayor Marshburn?
I am present.
Mayor Pro Tem Vance?
Here.
Councilmember Matthews?
Here.
Councilmember Singleton?
Here.
Here. And Councilmember Dellinger?
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, council members, for being here. So this evening we have just a little procedural thing to take care of up front, and we're going to do that now. Since one of our council members is not here in person, there's a process to acknowledge him here with us and what the council may want to do in regards to that. So, Mr. Dellinger, I'm sure you can hear me. Do I understand correctly, sir, that you wish to participate in the meeting remotely this evening?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, as a result of that, there you have some instruction, I believe, by way of a motion that would be in order to determine the level of participation of our remote member. So I'll hear from any council member this time who cares to make a comment and or a motion to allow us to proceed.
Mayor, I'll make a motion. I move to allow Damian Dellinger, who is physically absent, to participate in the meeting by electronic means, including participation in discussion of agenda items. Damian Dellinger is excused from the meeting and therefore not counted towards the quorum and not obligated to vote under North Carolina General Statute Section 160A-75.
Second.
Okay, thank you, council. Thank you, Mr. Singh. Motion properly before us in terms of Mr. Dellinger's participation. So unless there's any discussion, I'm going to call for a vote. In this particular vote, Mr. Dellinger would not be able to vote, but the rest of the council members will. So if you favor the motion, would you vote aye?
Aye.
If there's any opposition, would you vote no? Okay. Hearing none, then that motion passes, and Mr. Dellinger will be able to listen and to be a part of the meeting by remote status, I guess. Thank you. So, thank you. So we've taken care of that business. Now I'm going to call on our Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Elmo Vance, who will lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance, and then I will have him introduce the individual giving the invocation this evening. Mr. Vance. All please stand.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Be seated.
Mr. Mayor and Council and audience gatherer, I've asked Ms. Amy White with the Community of Hope within the Garner community to come and provide us with the invocation.
Good evening, Ms. White. We appreciate you coming tonight. Liz.
Good afternoon, Mayor Marshburn.
Yes, okay.
Please join me in a word of prayer. Gracious Father, Creator, Giver of all things, Knower of all things, Father, we are so thankful. Lord, we're thankful for our town, a town called Garner. Thankful, Lord, for that verb, because to garner means to collect. Father, I'm so thankful for the way you have collected able-bodied, sound-minded individuals to lead our town. Tonight, Lord, I ask you for wisdom, discernment, guidance, thoughtfulness, clarity, and compassion for all of the things that are placed before this council. Tonight, Lord, I thank you for my wonderful friend, Carlton McDaniel, Father, I thank you for a town that would welcome and join hands with him and his heart, not only to serve you, Lord, but to serve this community and to serve the least of these. He is the perfect expression of Matthew 25:40. Lord, as expressed in your word, whatever you do unto the least of these, it's as if you're doing it to Christ himself. Thank you for Carlton's ministry, for 20 years of service to not only the individuals, but the families that he has impacted. I thank you for each and every council person and every town staff member who works so diligently to work for this community, to make it a fantastic place to live, work, and play. Lord, in all these things, we are your humble servants. We give this time, but most of all, Lord, I am thankful for town leadership that still allows a prayer in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, at the beginning of this meeting. So in your name, I pray, Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Ms. White? Ms. White, if you, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you don't mind, just tell us a little bit about the Community of Hope and what it's involved in. You come right back up.
Thank you for that opportunity. Community of Hope is a Christian nonprofit ministry that has served alongside Carlton for 20 years in the Garner community. Our role is to eliminate barriers to success at work, at home, at school, and in the community for at-risk families. We started out federally funded in 2004 as an after-school program for at-risk children in the elementary schools in the Garner area, and also those who were economically disadvantaged but below grade level in reading and math. And from that, God took our ministry and grew it into 9 different programs. The federal funds went away, but this community stepped forward and joined hands to help us launch a food pantry, a crisis ministry, helping to abate the needs of water or rent or electrical bills for those families in need, a gigantic garden, a carpenter's hands ministry, a jobs program, financial literacy program, a summer camp, an after-school program as we started, and a track out program. And if we did not have the incredible partnership of the town of Garner, if we did not have some wonderful corporate citizens, both large companies and small, that sometimes they can give a lot, sometimes they give just a little. And then individuals just like all of you who are gathered here tonight, who make good things happen for families in our community who have just a little more month than they have money. So thank you all for 20 years of serving this community. But it really is my joy to point the attention to Carlton tonight for everything that he has done for families in this community who have members who have cognitive or physical disabilities and deserve an equal chance and an equal opportunity to have the quality of life that all of the rest of us enjoy. So Carlton, my hat is off to you tonight.
Okay, thank you. To ask Mr. Carlton McDaniel, should I say Junior, to come forward at this time if he would. Yeah, you can stand right there. It's my privilege this evening as mayor of the town to introduce to you Carlton McDaniel, who is this year's recipient of the Stevens Service Award. I'd like to share a little information about you that comes from the nomination that we received for Carlton. This says, Carlton, of course, is the candidate who is cut out of the same cloth as his father, a retired pastor, Carlton S. McDaniel, Sr., and his mother, Geraldine, who shepherded and led from the same cloth as his father. He is retired, his dad is, and his mother has led in the Highland Baptist Church until 2011. The entire family has served the Garner community for over 50 years. And Carl Jr., like his parents, not only has a heart for the church community, but the Garner community as a whole. Since starting Able to Serve 20 years ago this year, Carlton has worked tirelessly for individuals and families within the special needs community. With every fiber of his being, Carlton believes that every person, regardless of their abilities, is created by God to live a full life. He has devoted his life to ensuring adults with disabilities are able to serve as valued and accepted members of the community. Carlton has led Able to Serve to become a beacon of light and hope to the Garner community and beyond. Able to Serve has become the premier organization that serves adults and disabilities in Wake and Johnson counties. Beyond the Garner community, Carlton has used his education, training skills, talents, and experience to partner with churches throughout our state and the nation, really, to create impactful special needs Sunday school programs. Carlton's highest calling is inviting individuals and disabilities and their families to know the love of Christ for themselves personally. Carlton is not motivated by notoriety or monetary gain. Carlton's motivation is to love those who are far too often overlooked. He works to help them achieve their goals while working to be the best version of themselves that they can be. Carlton envisions a world where people with disabilities are reaching their full potential in the community where they are valued and they are accepted. If you know Carlton, you know who he really is. That is, he's sincere, honest, humble, respectful, trustworthy, and full of gratitude. Because of Carlton's desire to better serve the community, Carlton obtained a master's degree in divinity, was ordained at Avisboro Road Baptist Church for Christian ministry, all while working with Lifeway Publishing as their National Special Needs Ministry Coordinator. While Carlton does not minister as a pastor within a church, he views the people of Garner as his congregation, and his sermons, in quotes, are delivered through his leadership and service with Able to Serve and his engagement within the community. Many of you who serve as judges for the award know Carlton, and you can attest to what he has started. You can search Garner far and wide, and you will not find anyone who knows Carlton to speak an unkind word of him. So with that great nomination and introduction, Carlton, I say to you as mayor, congratulations. You're a deserving citizen of this award, and I invite you to take this home with you this evening. That's the award that we give each year in recognition of that. And please, if you will, share a few words with us if you like.
This is not the most comfortable spot for me. Amy, thank you. We have so many other nonprofits and community civic organizations that have been so willing to come alongside of us, giving abilities a chance, take some risk of whether we could actually do what we are asked to do. And so Amy, very early in of us working in Garner, allowed us to come in and gave us things that we could be successful at. I accept this only with the condition that this goes to many people for 20 years who put themselves into volunteering, into supporting, into believing into our folks, loving on our families. Garner is a great place to be. I don't think we could have been successful anywhere else, but God placed us here, and He placed you in our lives too. So I want to thank you. For once, I don't have much to say. That's a good thing for y'all. It's a good thing.
I think a round of applause. We might take just a minute for those who were here specifically for this particular presentation. If you'd like to depart at this time, we'll give you a minute or two to do that. Stick around if you'd like to. Okay, I believe most of our folks who needed to leave have departed the chamber. We will now pick back up really with the normal processes, and the next item is something we call petitions and comments. This is the portion of our meeting which is designed to receive comments from the public on items not included on this agenda. Citizens ideally should sign up with our town clerk to speak prior to the start of the meeting. Council is interested in hearing your concerns but may not take action or deliberate on subject matter brought up during the petitions and comments segment. Topics requiring further investigation will be referred to the appropriate town officials or staff and may be scheduled for a future agenda. So, Madam Clerk, did we have anybody sign up in advance this evening?
No, sir.
Okay. So, even though that's preferred, if you came here this evening desiring to speak under this particular section, not for an agenda item that we'll get to a little later on, if you would indicate that, I will try to recognize you at this time. Is there anyone who wants to petition the council? Okay. Seeing and hearing none, we will proceed. And council, the next item of business is the adoption of our agenda of this evening. A motion would be in order.
So moved. Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded and approved, all those in favor, would you vote aye?
Aye.
Is there any opposition? No, and it is so ordered. The next item is the consent agenda, and tonight's consent agenda contains 4 items. So, council, unless anyone desires to pull an item off of the consent agenda, that matter is ripe for a motion at this time.
So moved.
Okay, properly made and seconded. All council members in favor of approving consent agenda, would you vote aye?
Aye.
For opposition, no. And there is none. Okay, thank you so very much. All right, we will now move to item H of our agenda, which is under the heading of public hearings. Tonight we have actually one public hearing. And so we're going to move right into that. I'm going to recognize the planning department, who will come and present the preliminary information, and then we'll give further instruction after Mr. Triesenberg is finished. So I'm going to officially open the public hearing at this time. I recognize Mr. Triesenberg.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, folks in the audience. Ashley Harris and I will be co-presenting this one tonight. This project has spanned a number of people in 10 years here in our department. So I'll give the opening comments about the zoning request, and then Ashley will follow up with some details and explanations regarding the site plan. So just some general case information. The applicant is the McAdams Company, represented by Laura Holloman, who is here tonight. And you see the various property owners listed there. The general location, we are at a site here along 401, the former Par Golf site. And the total assemblage is just a little under 75 acres. This did come in and was deemed a complete application as of June 28th, 2022. The last item to come in was the traffic impact analysis. So it is subject to the previous ordinance because our current ordinance was adopted on July 5th. The original request was for a planned unit development. That was one of our planned districts at the time. If it were to be adopted, we would adopt it as commercial mixed use conditional. So here is the site assemblage. You see here the par golf site. Let me turn on the red marker. And then we have an assemblage of some mid-sized parcels here that are vacant, and then along with some family-owned remaining parcels along St. Patrick Drive, all but 2. And then we have 4 parcels here along Woodcrest, as well as this one up in the front. Just some landmarks. Wake Christian Academy is right up in here. We also have the Norfolk Southern Railroad and a branch of Swift Creek coming through here. Right across the railroad is the town property that we purchased in conjunction with the Triangle Land Conservancy. So just off of here would be Old Stage Road. And of course you have the Colonial Heights subdivision and the Pinedale Acres subdivision. And George's Landing, which is just coming up out of the ground now, they just picked up their first plats today, is situated partially right here and extends back up towards Simpkins Road. So here is a street view from 401, again, from the southbound side looking over. Just in terms of adjacent zoning and land use, when we did do our last ETJ extension, we did largely go around to try to be least disruptive to folks there. So this currently is Wake County zoning. One of their primary zoning districts is what they call R40W, which is one of their watershed districts for well and septic service. So most of the surrounding uses are single-family residential. You do have the academy nearby, and then there are some non-residential uses up along 401. Most recently, we just annexed the property that houses Crown Flooring so that they could hook on to public water. There was one minor discrepancy in the written staff report. The Crown Flooring site was described as being east, but it is in fact west. Just a brief zoning history. There hasn't been a whole lot of rezoning in this area, one, partially because it's not been in our jurisdiction, and then 2, there's not been public utilities available out here. That is certainly starting to change some of the development pressures in the area. But you can see here, probably most notably going back to 2014, and it might even also include this 96 rezoning of the Swift Creek Station site. That was the project that was started. There's actually some roads on the ground back there. Most recently came back to you as the first phase of Swift Creek Apartments. Again, the current zoning primarily is Wake County Residential 40. This is a watershed district for the county, allowing very low density residential development in the form of either single family detached or duplexes. There are a limited number of non-residential uses allowed, but they do have to go to the Wake County Board of Adjustment for a special use permit to allow those uses. So now I'm going to move into the applicant's proposed conditions. I'm not going to go through these in minute detail. I'm sure there will be just some discussion and back and forth on some of the uses here, but they do have both a residential and a smaller non-residential portion up front. So you do see a variety of uses, possible uses listed here. Most, in talking with them, we tried to encourage them to focus on uses that would serve the neighbors and the neighborhood that they will be building. But there are a few that I imagine we may want to discuss further, perhaps mostly related along the vehicle sales and service category. Vehicle sales is not allowed, and any kind of heavy servicing they've already removed, but things like tire changes and things like that would fall under this vehicle service limited category. And just to note too, the car wash, they've ruled out standalone car washes. So this would only refer to a car wash that's accessory, like a single drive-through to another use. So then we get to conditions 2 through 4. Most of these have to do with the open space. Because they are coming in as a planned district, their open space requirement is a minimum of 25%. Another option that we discussed would have been for them to come in with a kind of a split zoning proposal. One of the reasons we encouraged them to go this route was because of the additional open space. Under the normal rules, open space would only have been required to be 10%. So this is 15% higher, just as a starting threshold. You see here conditions about the pond, and I know there's questions about ownership, which we'll ask the applicant to address, but they are showing that they will continue to retain that pond and use it as both an amenity and partially for stormwater. And then in number 5, there is a minimum requirement for a 25-foot setback around the entire site. The applicant has actually upgraded that and guaranteed a 30-foot buffer. So what that means is that the tree protection fencing would be placed at 40 feet off the property line, ensuring that whatever is within that 30 feet will hopefully have a better chance of survival by the roots not being cut. Wherever there's not vegetation, they would then have to plant that 30 feet if it's missing, and they have committed to doing that with a focus on native plants. Conditions 6 through 10 are related to various architectural treatments. Again, these are all focused on trying to raise the bar in terms of the quality and the appearance, breaking up those facades. So again, most of these you have seen before in some form or fashion, but if you do have any questions on some of these, we can certainly discuss them further. Then we have number 11 is a condition about when fencing would be allowed to be the aluminum picket type. That would be an upgrade over vinyl coated chain link. Vinyl siding, you'll actually see this in a couple of places, has been prohibited in all portions of the site. So there'll be no vinyl siding except for trim elements. A lot of times you use vinyl windows. You see here a typical one for our garage door treatments where we ask for the extra hardware and windows, not to be just plain panels. And then in terms of the amenities, we've got a commitment for a 3,000 square foot clubhouse minimum and a 2,500 square foot swimming pool, and that those would be constructed within 18 months from when they start building the apartment portion multifamily. And again, you see some additional embellishments here in number 15, specifically for the apartments. Again, they'll be required, the commercial section and the multifamily, but we will be required to have at least 50% brick or stone masonry siding. That is a requirement of the US 70 401 overlay. Number 16 and 17 speaks again to some of the architectural treatments for the commercial portions of the site. Number 18 ensures that all amenities that are in a particular phase will be built concurrently with that phase. They won't be leaving them for subsequent phases and will be required to be improved before they can go to the next phase. Condition number 19, there is a parcel that currently has access across this assemblage. They do not have their own frontage on a public street. So the applicant has agreed to preserve the access to that site. It just come from a slightly different location. All the road frontage improvements would need to be made in accordance with the TIA. And number 21, streets being improved to Town of Garner standards. Fayetteville Road frontage would have to be improved to half of the 6-lane thoroughfare, so 3 lanes going in each direction. Curb, gutter, and a 10-foot side path. St. Patrick Drive and Woodcrest frontages should also be improved to half of a major local section with curb, gutter, and sidewalk. In talking with the town engineer, the city of Raleigh decided that for purposes of water and sewer extensions, that water, I think it's the water lines, would only be extended in St. Patrick because there's not a whole lot of frontage on Woodcrest and it comes in 2 different locations, so they're going to take a fee in lieu on the water line improvements for Woodcrest. So in talking with Leah, we would probably recommend that we do the same with the road frontage, improve St. Patrick's but not on Woodcrest, take a fee in lieu for that. I did strike through condition number 22 because it's the same as 19, guaranteeing access for that parcel that's otherwise enclosed. So just a note on overlay districts, this would be in our US 7401 thoroughfare overlay if it were in the town's ETJ. That overlay does guarantee things like that minimum brick and stone requirement on the non-single family and townhome type products. So if this rezoning request were to be approved, just a note that we would be applying the commercial highway overlay district, which is the successor to that 7401 overlay. In terms of community information, as I noted earlier, mostly county residential subdivisions at this point with a few highway-oriented development parcels, but the area is heavily influenced by 401, most certainly. You can begin to see from DOT's traffic counts that they collect every 2 years, you can see a little bit of the effects that the pandemic had on traffic, although I'm sure those numbers are now back up considerably. But it is interesting to see that we wondered for quite a while what the effects actually were. And on some of these major roads, you start to get a sense of that. But speaking of traffic, the improvements associated with this project off-site would not be, I would say that it's fair to say they would not be insignificant. There's been a lot of back and forth with the applicant and DOT, keeping us as town staff in the loop, because there's a number of things that would need to be coordinated with this. One of those is the project north of Legend that goes back towards Mechanical. That would make that section of 401 kind of that old super street style function. Then, and that project is underway. They've been acquiring right-of-way, and I'm not sure exactly when the start date is on that one. But then there's also a bridge replacement project here going over the railroad in Little Swift Creek. That project number is B5987. And what that project does is it picks up from where the other road widening project would end and would actually carry the improvements much closer to the subject site. And so it will not only replace both bridges with 3-lane facilities in each direction, but then continue to extend that 3-lane section towards the site. And that's where the site would pick up various improvements. So after all said and done, from Mechanical Boulevard all the way to near St. Patrick, at the end of the day, if this were to be approved, I'm not sure what the time frame would be on this portion, but within a few years you would have 6 lanes, 3 in each direction from Mechanical all the way down to St. Patrick. So I showed that here, that as you do get close to St. Patrick, if you're traveling northbound, there'll be a transition from 2 into 3 lanes. And then as you come past George's Landing on the southbound side, it will go down from 3 lanes to 2 lanes to cross the main Swift Creek channel at the bridge just to the south. In conjunction with all of this, there would actually be 3 new stoplights installed. They would not necessarily always be coordinating all directions of traffic, but 2 of them would be installed at these turnarounds. So if you're traveling north and needed to turn around to go south at both of these, it's the same movement. that those movements will be signalized to create gaps when there's not gaps. And there would actually be 2 lanes turning. It would be double turn lanes. So one turn lane will already be installed by others, but this project would need to install a second. And usually when they do introduce that second lane, that's usually when they signalize them to ensure better safety. They will also need to install a second U-turn here at Simpkins Road at that existing light, going in the southbound direction for folks that would need to turn back around and go north. So this is kind of a new graphic that we created just for the PowerPoint to try to make it a little more understandable from what's in the staff report that comes directly to us from DOT. So I hope that does make it a little easier to understand. In terms of neighborhood meetings, they did conduct a meeting on May 16th. The mailing notification was 300 feet. That meeting was held at 6 p.m. at the Garner Senior Center with about 40 people in attendance. And then, although not required under the previous ordinance, we did encourage them to have a second meeting, which occurred on March 14th, 2023, with approximately 20 people in attendance. And for tonight's meeting, we did regenerate the notification list and sent that out again to the 300-foot buffer. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Ashley to walk you through the master plan.
Thank you, Mr. Triesenberg, and welcome. Sherry.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. So as Jeff said, the area for this project is approximately 72.25 acres, give or take. Of that, 68 acres is the residential component, and then there is a 5-acre portion reserved on the edge of the property closest to Fayetteville Road for commercial uses. So I would make a note that according to the PUD standards of the old ordinance, the UDO requires all residential components to be built or guaranteed to be built prior to the non-residential areas being occupied. And that's outlined in section 6 of the old ordinance. Here you can also see the breakdown of the different land uses that are being proposed. So the single-family residential, that's single-family attached townhouses, would be 25 to 40%. Multifamily residential would be 30 to 45%. Commercial, office, and retail would be 4 to 10, and open space would be 25 to 35. So that falls right into the land use requirements of the PUD district. Lots and setbacks, there is a minimum 25-foot setback around the entire property perimeter. There is an exception where single-family residential lots of the same square footage abut, but that would not apply to this site because of it being townhouse single-family lots rather than standalone. And so the setback from any street bordering the PUD tract is 35 feet unless a greater setback is required by the UDO, and the building separation between single-family and multifamily buildings is 60 feet. So here is a zoomed out version of the master plan. I'm going to zoom in on the next slide just so that you can see in more detail. We did split it up into 2 parts, but this is the existing pond here and then also here. So on this side, you have the multifamily apartments. You can see the pool amenity here, as well as some trails along the existing pond and around the SCM. You can see the commercial area up here with some open space and plaza areas in green. At this point, there are not any building footprints proposed, but just a general bubble diagram of what that alignment might look like, and then guaranteeing that open space there. On the southern side of the site, you can see the pink is the single-family attached townhouse, which are individually plotted, an additional amenity space here. And then these smaller units are cottage court units, so those are on a common lot, a single building style, but it is a rental product from what I'm aware of. You can see various pocket parks and landscaped medians throughout this central spine, as well as running into the townhouse area here and here, and then also over here near the cottage units. And then this portion here would be an emergency access only fire and emergency vehicles. Here are some conceptual building elevations. So this is a 4-unit townhouse, and you can see those architectural commitments that were outlined in the zoning conditions. And then they also have some 6-unit buildings, also showing some of those variations in the facade. And these all would be on those individually platted lots. These are conceptual building elevations for the cottage court units. You can see some additional variation between the units on these. And these would be the common lot product. And then, while there aren't any renderings at the moment, there are some precedent images that were provided by the developer of what style apartments they are looking to do. So 4.5 stories with the lower story being built into the grade, so it's like a basement level, is what they are looking to do. And these would all be elevator serviced buildings. The project will have 2 primary points of access on US 401 and then the additional fire emergency access, which was coordinated with the town's fire inspector. Roadways in the residential portions of the site are going to be private, and then additional minor points of access would be anticipated with the commercial, but subject to NC.DOT approval with the site plan and the approval of driveway permits there. Access has been coordinated with that adjacent landlocked property, the Carlton property, and will be provided an access easement, and then additional pavement, curb, gutter, and sidewalks would be required along the frontages. The tree canopy cover is broken up into the residential and commercial because there's 2 different standards there. So for the residential side, it is a sliding scale of 18 to 20% tree cover, and for the commercial, it is 12 to 14%. The perimeter buffers, so there isn't a formal perimeter buffer required, but there is that 25-foot setback required. The applicant has committed to a 30-foot perimeter buffer that would be supplemented with native plantings. There is a 7.5-foot street buffer required along US 401, and screening and buffering between uses in the PUD would be in conformance with Article 7. Street trees would have to be provided approximately 1 every 40 feet along all roadways. There are no FEMA designated floodplains on site, but there is an existing pond near the center of the site, which you can see here. There's also a stream that runs from the pond, and then a stream here, and those both continue up this way. And both of those have riparian zones and associated buffers. So for stormwater management, 401 Crossing is a mixed-use development that is located within the watershed protection area. The site is subject to stormwater quality requirements for nitrogen and TSS, as well as water quantity requirements for the 1, 10, and 25-year storm events. The development plan proposes 4 storm water control measures that would meet those requirements. For water and sewer, the site will be serviced by City of Raleigh water and sewer infrastructure. The proposed water system will comply with our ordinance and the City of Raleigh Public Utilities Handbook. There would be a connection made in an existing water main in Fayetteville Road, and the water main will be extended along the property frontage on St. Patrick's Drive, and then along Woodcrest would be the fee in lieu paid for a future water extension. There would also be fire hydrants provided in accordance with our UDO. The sanitary sewer system will comply with the same requirements, and the sanitary sewer system will be designed to collect all wastewater from the site directed to off-site proposed sanitary sewer outfall that will extend from the eastern boundary of the site to a 24-inch outfall currently under construction at a nearby project, Rollman Farms. Infrastructure that will be reviewed again with the preliminary plat include lighting for street and common areas, stormwater management devices, water lines, and landscaping. Excuse me. So the next step for this project will be a plan consistency determination from the Planning Commission. The plans that will be reviewed at that time include the Garner Forward Comprehensive Plan, the Garner Transportation Plan, the Parks, Recreation, Greenways, and Cultural Resources Master Plan, and the Swift Creek Land Management Plan. We don't typically go into this level of detail at the public hearing, but we did want to give you a preview of some of those plans and what the discussions around those might be. So the site is currently designated as a mix of active recreation, which is the green, and low density residential, which is the light orange. But it is located within a commercial focus area, which is this larger orange circle that encompasses the entire boundary. At that time, they will also look at the Swift Creek Land Management Plan. The site is designated as urban non-compliance, and residential density maximums are controlled by the underlying zoning, and non-residential impervious surface limits may be increased to 70% with the first inch of rainfall detained. And then finally, this project will return to you for reasonableness and final action. So for tonight, staff recommends that once the town council has heard comments, concerns, and questions from the public, that the conditional zoning request be referred to the Planning Commission for their review and recommendation regarding plan consistency. And I do have the full master plan here as well, and the applicant has prepared a presentation to go into more detail, so they're here.
Mr. Triesenberg this time. I'll recognize Mr. Matthews.
On 401, I just want to make sure, a point of clarification. I understand the new signalization is going to be put in. As it is right now, coming out of Wake Christian Academy, there is a stoplight there. And also at Legend Road, there's a stoplight. As far as we know, are they going to do any changes on those intersections, especially the one coming out of Wake Academy Drive? That's a very busy intersection.
I'll have to say I don't know that any of us have those plans right in front of us. That would not be part of this project, but that would be part of the DOT project. But we can certainly get that information for you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Singleton, please.
Yes, could you pull up the, Mr. Triesenberg, you showed us some of the road improvements. I think that answers some of the questions. 'Cause I got some of the same questions Mr. Matthews has. There we go. So it appears that as the intersection now of Wake Academy Drive and Woodcrest will no longer be a crossover intersection. Woodcrest will be a right in, right out, not related to this project. And Wake Academy would come up on the super street and do a turnaround. Appears that that's what's going to happen. There will not be a crossover there.
If that intersection is being closed, that would be my understanding too. That's,
The lights are, they're not going to leave that light there that close. So I think we kind of see the handwriting on the wall there. So Woodcrest would be a right in, right out. I'm making an assumption here. Wake Academy, if they wanted to head north, would have to come down south and do the turnaround. Just like if someone in Woodcrest wanted to go south, they'd have to go up here past Legend and do the turnaround. All the super street movements that are helped to be more free flowing, so there won't be signals everywhere.
right.
Just
right.
wanted to confirm all that. And again, that's not part of this project, but as we see all this on here because of what is proposed for the developer, we see these turnarounds for the super street system. I also appreciate you answering the question about the bridge. I emailed Mr. Triesenberg about that to confirm when the bridge was going to be constructed, because if we're going from 3 lanes and then go down to 2 at the bridge, that doesn't, that's not a good thing to happen. But since that's in the plan to be done sometime starting next year, at least that's a positive move. At least that's positive for everyone traveling on 401, whether this project's approved or not. So,
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just to be clear for those folks in the audience, those U-turns are going to happen regardless of this project. That's a DOT-sponsored project. So if it was just the DOT that does their project, there'll be 1 U-turn in each direction. If this project were to be approved, DOT would require these folks to add a second turn lane in each direction. So just to be clear, that's going to happen whether this project's approved or not.
And it's going to happen from this point all the way to Mechanical Boulevard. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Triesenberg. Okay, Mr. Vance, anything?
Yes, just a few questions pertaining to back to transportation and access. For the access, we have two primary points of access on US 401. into the development. Can you point those out, those two?
Yes. So there will be one somewhere here along the frontage. That has been a negotiating point that the applicant can probably fill you in a little more on with DOT. I know there was some desire initially to try to keep it more aligned here with Simpkins, but I believe DOT is going to require it to be more in the middle of the site. And then there's another point of access here further down on 401, just before you get to St. Patrick Drive. So there's no internal connections apart from this emergency access. We were able to work with the site designers to ensure that they were meeting our multiple points of access requirements without having to connect to Woodcrest or St. Patrick, apart from that one emergency access only, but that will be gated with a Knox box.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Dellinger, question or comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question's in line with Mr. Vance's question on that southern entrance, and it seems that that's not been approved by DOT at this point. And so my question is if it's not approved by DOT, is the contingency plan to connect down to St. Patrick's?
Oh, no, sorry, Mr. Dellinger, it's this one up here where the location is somewhat in question. This one down here, though, has been, to my knowledge.
It has been approved?
Yes. So it would not, there would not be an alternative from St. Patrick.
Another question I have is really a curiosity question. In what's the mechanism by which this is coming to Garner and not Wake County, in that this isn't in our ETJ?
So it's to be annexed doesn't require that you be in the ETJ first. So it's their desire to connect to public water and sewer service that would bring them to us.
Okay. And my other question, then I'll pass it on, is what is going to be the planning department's draft statement to the planning commission on plan consistency?
So we're still waiting to hear from the public tonight on that before we draft that. So that it remains to be seen whether it'll be a partially non or compliant.
Just based on the presentation, that circle that exists in our current land use map is a commercial circle, and this is 800 units of residential. I think that's a strong case for it not being consistent with the land use plan. That's all I have. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dellinger. Council, a second round for anybody? Anybody have a follow-up? Mr. Singleton?
Just one for clarification on the emergency access. You said that you're waiting for approval for it to be gated. To be gated, that means that only emergency vehicles can access that particular location?
Correct. And that's already been worked out with, should it be approved, that's been approved by the fire marshal.
It's already cleared?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I do have one more question.
Okay, let me get in a single, I'll get it back to you, sir.
You touched on improvements along Woodcrest where the 4 lots are, and then on St. Patrick where a number of lots are about fee in lieu of. Can you touch on that one more time?
Sure. So as part of the UDO requirements, they're required to improve their frontage. So on St. Patrick Drive, their property actually goes all the way to the road except for these 2 properties. So City of Raleigh, in terms of them extending public water, because they kind of have the same requirement, they've told the developer that they expect the water line to be put in St. Patrick. So in talking with engineering, we were thinking that we would then also require the road improvements just on this north side to St. Patrick. But then on Woodcrest, because it's just a little stretch here and this little piece up here, just potentially taking a fee in lieu. But we haven't made a firm decision on that, but we've just been talking about it.
Okay. So on St. Patrick, there are 2 lots that are not theirs, so would it improve those 2 lots too, or would it go around them?
We would need to talk with them about that. That could be a condition that we could ask. There should be enough right-of-way to do it because it's a 60-foot right-of-way. And our street section, I believe, Leah, is a 55. So it would fit without, apart from maybe needing some construction easements temporarily, it would fit. It would fit within the right-of-way.
And Raleigh's going to require the line to go in the middle of the street, which it normally does on St. Patrick, for their utility. That's part of their policy. Okay, I just want to clarify where that was and what was going to be done with improvements. Thank you.
Mr. Dellinger, I'll go back to you, sir.
Yes, just two quick comments. One, is it correct that the stormwater retention is only going to be for 25-year flood events?
I believe that's what they proposed, but we can certainly discuss the 100, and I'm not sure if engineering's had some conversations with them or not. I can ask Leah.
Okay. And the other question is a kind of a calculation question on our PUD. In our old UDO, there's a requirement of 25% minimum gross area reserved for common recreation and usable open space. And I don't believe in our old UDO that stormwater management facilities count as usable open space. So I'm struggling in the site plan to see that where 25% of this plan is usable open space per previous UDO.
Okay. I believe the applicant has some more details on that in their presentation.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Anything else?
Sure, I can chime in on the stormwater for a
Okay.
second. Good evening, Leah Harrison, town engineer. We have not discussed with them detaining the 100-year storm. Our requirements of the UDO are detention of the 1, 10, and 25-year storms. We have in certain locations where we have downstream flooding concerns, designated areas that are required to detain the 100. And that's something we can always look at on any site. We don't really get into the detailed stormwater design on these projects at the master plan level because it's hard to look at it until you have enough detail to look at all the calculations. But that has been a requirement that has been imposed on some other developments, so it's certainly something that we're willing to look at.
Okay.
And something else just to add into that, if this project were to get zoning approval, it would have to come back for a special use permit hearing, at which time we would have all of that information. So everybody could then be invited to come back and hear those results and those commitments when we get to that level, just to let folks know.
Thank you for that clarification. Sure enough. Any other questions for these two before they leave?
A quick question for the engineer, Ms. Leah. I know that Mr. Triesenberger, during his initial presentation, didn't have the timeline for the improvements on NC for 401 and also the bridge project. Do you have any idea the timelines? I hate to put you on the spot like that.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I actually just looked at it earlier today. So it is on 2024 for that section of 401. And those improvements go from just south of Old Stage, so not quite this far south, but like Jeff said, tying into where the improvements here would end toward the north end, and then up to Mechanical Boulevard. That means the date that they should have a contractor selected or receive bids for that project. So yeah, that is it's a very DOT term.
And go into construction.
Right.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so usually you would see construction within a couple months after your let date when the contracts are signed and everything.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sure.
Appreciate it. That's all.
Need a follow-up? Okay. Hearing none, I believe the applicant wants to present at this time. Is that correct? So I will recognize this gentleman who will identify himself.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. Michael Birch with Longleaf Law Partners here on behalf of the applicant. Want to do a few introductions before we get going. With me tonight is Mr. Brian Kane and Woody Williams with SLI Capital, the developer applicant. We also have Laura Holloman with McAdams, and also Lisa Lundeen, traffic engineer with Exult. Before getting into our presentation, I do want to just maybe touch on a few of the questions that I heard first from Councilmember Singleton about the access that Wake Christian has. It's our understanding, because we've been kind of coordinating with them throughout this process, it is our understanding that they will maintain access to that signal that they currently have there at 401. So that's our understanding. We were trying to be the fourth leg of that intersection, but we were told no. But it's our understanding that they continue to have access to that light. Then I believe there was also a question about just the improvements, and want to echo staff. What you've heard is that those improvements, those super street, essentially implementing that super street project, right, is something that's happening irrespective of our development. Believe me, we would love to not have to implement those changes. It significantly affected access for this site. It is a significant amount of off-site improvements that has to be borne by this development. But again, just want to be clear that that's not something that this development is driving. It's something that is going to happen irrespective. And last, there was a question about why we are here in front of you all as opposed to Wake County. And so really, Wake County has a desire to largely allow the county to develop within the municipal limits and at urban densities served by municipal water and sewer. So this is within the urban services area of the town of Garner, and in order for us to be served by those municipal services, that's why we have to annex into Garner. So with that, just want to thank Jeff and Ashley and many other town staff members for their time and guidance. Jeff alluded to it. We've been working with them for probably close to 18 months at this point, and so we appreciate their time and guidance to getting us to this point. So we are here tonight again on behalf of the 401 Crossing Project, which proposes a mix of retail, commercial uses, apartments transitioning to townhomes and cottages. As you can see from this aerial here, it has a good amount of frontage along 401 there on the north side of the site, which is again ripe for commercial development. But then as the site slopes down from there towards that existing pond and away from 401 and closer to surrounding neighborhoods, we think it was appropriate to transition from commercial to residential uses, and do that both in terms of height and density, transitioning down from apartments to townhomes and cottages. The site is strategically located between, we've got the split at 70, 401, the future interchange of 70 and 540. Obviously, DOT, there are significant improvements along this segment of 401. And this site is well suited to both take advantage of all of that investment, but at the same time develop at a density and with uses that can give back to the town in terms of commercial tax base. This is part of our concept plan. So this shows the proposed uses. Again, the pink, you have the commercial near 401, transitioning to apartments, and then the cottages and townhomes down here to the south. This was the concept plan that staff has already walked you through. Want to note a few things here. So first, down in this bottom right-hand corner, you'll see tree protection area. We'll allude to this later. That was initially part of our commercial area. We were actually showing a direct access point onto Woodcrest. But in working with the property owner immediately adjacent to that area, his request that we keep the trees there, and also just the broader neighborhood was adamantly opposed to direct vehicular access from this site to Woodcrest. And so we removed both of those things and instead replaced it with this tree protection area. This concept plan shows access to 401 here. Again, the plan's kind of rotated 90 degrees, but here where the commercial is, notice that it shifted from where it was part of that intersection there. Again, when DOT told us we could not have access to that light, they essentially told us we had to shift our access to the middle of the site there. And so that has, this version of the concept plan represents that. We're still making sure there's no other ripple effects from that, but just wanted to make that notation as well. And I did want to reaffirm that both access points onto 401 have been approved by DOT. Also on here, notice the buffers all the way around the site. Again, as staff mentioned, the requirement for 25-foot buffers. We're providing the 30-foot wide buffers, and we also have agreed to plant those with native species. Particularly where the driving range is, there are swaths where there are no existing vegetation. And so again, those areas will be planted with native species. On open space, we've tried to provide a meaningful, usable open space for each section of this development, including the commercial. And so tried to delineate some pedestrian plaza areas to kind of create some usable space in this commercial area here. Let me just go back and show you the, also I want to highlight from a open space and amenity standpoint, both the apartments here will have their own pool clubhouse, and then there will also be a separate second pool and clubhouse that will serve the townhome and cottage portion of the development. So we'll have two pools and clubhouses there. We also have a significant amount of walking trails throughout the site, sidewalks along those internal private streets as well. This is just a more detailed look at the circulation. Again, you can see there are no direct vehicular connections to St. Patrick or Woodcrest or Pinedale for that matter. We have removed those, and the only thing remaining is that emergency access onto St. Patrick Drive. This is another version of the exhibit that staff showed, but this kind of shows the actual laneage, proposed laneage that is part of our transportation improvements. And again, largely you see our access down here, which is the kind of southern access limited to one right in, right out. Our access up to the north limited to right in, right out. And you heard from staff that we are having to provide a number of improvements to essentially complete that 6-lane section along 401. That's another improvement at mechanical. Here's a more detailed look at the proposed open space, and our PUD booklet also goes into great detail as to how these spaces are going to be activated. This exhibit kind of highlights, I believe, to Councilmember Dellinger's point, that we are not calculating or using our stormwater control facilities as part of our open space. We have increased the number of pocket parks throughout our development, again, to make sure that there is meaningful, useful open space serving each part of the residential and commercial development. We are providing 27% of the site as open space. So over and above the PUD requirement of 25, and certainly well above what's required now under the new code at just 10%. Do want to note we are doing additional tree save in both our residential and non-residential areas. Again, we've provided that commitment to native tree species in the perimeter buffers. We are achieving the xeriscaping standards, and although the code does allow for a buffer reduction, we are not taking that buffer reduction. And we're increasing our typical lot plantings and foundation plantings to meet those xeriscaping standards as well. And we've also provided a commitment to that crime prevention through environmental design principles. And if you have more questions on those, I will defer to Ms. Holloman on those. Staff showed you these elevations of both the 4-unit and 6-unit townhomes. Again, those townhomes are limited to maximum of 2 stories in height. The proposed cottages, 1 story in height. Expect our commercial to be 1 story in height as well. Again, these are just precedent images. But apartment buildings will be capped at a maximum of 5 stories, with those closest to our east and our west limited to 4 stories, so that we only have kind of a full 5-story building in the very middle of the site, farthest away from the single-family neighborhoods. Here's just a high-level list of the proposed amenities and unit features, again, trying to commit to and provide the town with a high-quality, high-cost of construction development. So those apartment buildings will be served with elevators. We'll have garage and covered parking. Our apartments will have parcel room, bicycle lockers, dog wash station. Again, we'll have a playground, fitness and yoga center, of course, walking trails throughout, co-working area. Again, high-level finishes on the interiors. So, staff mentioned we did have 2 neighborhood meetings, one back in May of 2022, another one in March of 23. We received a lot of valuable feedback from those meetings. Our consultant team and owner team also had a number of conversations and meetings with individuals around the site that had some specialized concerns. And we coordinated again with owners up and down the 401 corridor on the improvements. So I just want to highlight some of the changes that we made to our original plan in response to those comments. Again, we did increase open space. We did increase the amount of tree save in our residential and non-residential areas. We've added a number of zoning conditions. One of those, again, in response to staff about the native tree species, and again, limiting the placement of really those 5-story buildings just in the middle of the site, with the rest being a max of 4. We also reoriented one of the apartment buildings to maximize the separation and to provide a better transition. As I mentioned, we had eliminated for us the full movement access at 401 in Simpkins. We eliminated that direct access to St. Patrick Drive to the south. Again, that was something we heard loud and clear at our first neighborhood meeting. Eliminating that direct access to Woodcrest. And again, replacing that area with tree save. So that brings me to the end of our slide presentation. There was some comments about consistency. Another part of your ultimate decision will be reasonableness and in the public interest. And just want to highlight some of those factors. Again, you heard about significant, costly off-site traffic improvements along 401. Again, bringing about 45,000 square feet of commercial, retail commercial space to that area along 401. Not making any connections and having direct traffic impacts on our surrounding neighborhood streets. Providing high-quality construction and highly amenitized residential opportunities in the town, providing extensive open space, walking trails, and active outdoor opportunities for our residents. And then again, the roads within the development will be private and maintained by the owner association and not the town. So again, thank you for your time. Myself, I'm here, as well as other members of our team, if there are any specific or questions that the board may have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Burke, and let me see if the council has questions for you. I'll start with Mr. Vance to my right.
No questions, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Ms. Behringer. And I'll go back this way, Mr. Singleton.
Yes, Mr. Birch, could you bring back up the slide that showed open space?
Yes, sir.
I went back a ways. Okay. All right, this is one of my pet peeves. I don't try to break your arm patting yourself in the back for the open space, but that's pretty pitiful open space for 800 units. That's pitiful. Now base it off this. We approved a townhome project here several years ago for 200 units. No place for kids to play, 0. I'm at fault because I voted for it. I'm 1 to 5 at fault. South Garner Park's too far away for small kids to go. There's a vacant lot right across from my office, right behind the Garner Family Physicians, and the kids go there and play. It's about 1 acre. Play soccer, play football. I've seen 10 kids, 20, 25 kids, and adults. There is no place on this project big enough for kids to play a game of soccer or football because the big green spots are around the big pond, and all the other open spaces are squeezed in between townhomes, apartments, and or homes. So while it looks good, there's no place for kids, for 20 kids to go out there and play. 0. None. You need to knock away 2 or 3 apartment buildings and open up 3 or 4 acres. Then you've got some open space for people to play at and recreate. Not this. I'm sorry, that's pitiful. I'll just be blunt about it. The little strips here, a little strip there. I mean, what are they gonna do, walk on it? I mean, you can cut the grass in 2 swipes. You know, I'm serious. That's pitiful. I'm just telling you like it is. That's pitiful. Your tree saving is great on the trip. I compliment you for that. That was a good move. But the open space for kids to go play on, 800 units, there's no place for kids to play on. It's nice having a pool and all that, but the pool's open 4 or 5 months of the year. Where the kids can play on a warm day in March, or in April, or in November. There's no place for them to play. I'll just tell you like it is. I've told other ones. That's pitiful. I'll leave it at that.
Understood.
Okay. Dellinger, do you have any questions?
Sounds off. Okay.
Yeah, I want to dovetail into Mr. Singleton's comment because the PUD zoning, again, it's 25% of the gross area should be dedicated to usable open space. That's 18 acres on this site. If you check section 8.4 of the UDO on open space and recreational facilities, it says narrow strips of common area that separate lots within a development from each other, from streets or from adjoining tracts shall generally not be regarded as open space within the meaning of this section unless the area is 50 feet in width and capable of functioning substantial visual buffer. That buffer all around doesn't count. I do not see 18 acres of usable open space on this project. I don't see it. And I don't think that it conforms with the UDO. And I hope that the Planning Commission sees it the same way. It's black and white, 25%, 18 acres of open space.
Thank you.
Thank you. What, do you have any, you have a question, Mr. Ellinger?
That's all.
Okay, thank you.
No questions.
Mr. Behringer? Okay. Phil?
It's time.
Okay, great. All right, I believe that's
Sir.
all for you,
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Birch. Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anyone else from the applicant who is needing to speak at this time? Okay, hearing none. This is a public hearing, and we will hear from the public. We will ask you. I know there are a large crowd of people here this evening. Hopefully, many of you who are here for the same purpose either have designated a spokesperson or spokesperson so that we don't have people repeating the same idea and preference here. But at this time, I'd like to recognize those of you who came either to speak to represent several neighbors or maybe a unique point of view. If you'll raise your hand and just let me get an idea of how many of you there are here. Okay. Can any of you say you were here as part of a homeowner association or speaking on behalf of a group? Okay. How about if I recognize you at this time? Yeah. Just give us your name and address.
Nathan Bland.
Nathan Bland.
1709 St. Patrick Drive.
Okay.
So the one thing I will put forward, as soon as we found out about this, I went on create a petition, change.org. The park golf course that was there, that has some cultural and historic basis for the area. I mean, in your town plan, that entire large lot, I think it's about 30 or 40 acres of the entire lot, was designated as recreational property, or like public recreation. If you look on the map, the next place that the town of Garner has in that same zoning is the YMCA on Aversboro Road. That's it, until you get over on this side of town, for the town of Garner. You're taking all that away. You're also annexing and adding more citizens to the town of Garner up and down 401 that's already been approved by this council to be built, George's Landing and on down South 401. Their closest recreational areas are now over on this side of town. I mean, you're a country or mile or four really for them to get to the town of Garner, where they're going to be y'all's constituents. The public library is across the street from me. It's not anything over there from the town of Garner for them to use. This took away what little public recreation area there was. As Mr. Singleton pointed out, this doesn't really provide any type of recreation. People that need to do something will have to get in their car and drive somewhere else to do it. And to that end, we do have a petition that has over 1,200 signatures on it that requests that this property remain in some form of true public use and not 45,000 square foot of a strip mall, which is going to be a vape shop and a whatever else is going to be there. I mean, they can tell you what they're going to do with it, but we're not near anything here. We're about as far from both 440 and the proposed 540 as you can be. And they're talking about putting one of the largest, most densest developments that's going to be in the town of Garner here, served by one highway, and other than that, surface streets. And it's if you want to put a neighborhood in the middle of our neighborhood, and it is literally in the middle of our neighborhood, it's not like George's Landing where it doesn't have neighbors. Make it look like our neighborhood. Make it single-family homes, or let it stay under the Wake County zoning. There's no reason this property cannot be developed residentially the same as Old Town Landing off of Lake Wheeler Road was, which is single-family homes on 1 acre lots. They'll still make plenty of money selling it off to whoever can afford it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. And, was there another person here who is also representing the HOA neighborhood who may have a slightly different perspective?
They don't have an HOA in either neighborhood.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right. Which one?
Right there.
Okay, ma'am, I'll recognize you at this time. I meant to ask you if you could hold your comments to 3 to 5 minutes at most. Go ahead.
Thank you for your time. My name is Sharon Smith, and I reside at 1913 St. Patrick Drive. We built a home in Colonial Heights over 14 years ago, desiring to be close to my now deceased in-laws who also lived in Colonial Heights. And we appreciate you listening to our comments, because at a lot of times now we don't feel like we're heard. We feel like we're having a lot of things voted on and we don't have representation. So we appreciate you being willing to hear our concerns. First, I want to recognize that we all know that development of the property is probably a given. However, I have many concerns about the 401 crossing development that is being proposed and it meeting the expectations of the zoning that was in place when we built. Tonight, I would like to focus on the issue of traffic and specifically the following concerns. The original traffic study that was done in June of 2022 that's being used for this application is outdated due to other recently approved projects. The data that's used in the multitude of supplements and alternates should be consolidated into one complete study to create transparency for all who read it. The second concern I have is related to this, the additional substantial developments that have been proved that traffic impact analysis was completed but was not included in the traffic impact analysis would be the 401 assemblage, which is now being developed, being built on. It has 1,320 units. The Bennett assemblage, which is right across the street from it, was approved for 463 units plus commercial. On the other side of Malibu, which is in the Colonial Heights neighborhood, you just had approved Swift Creek Apartments, which has 616 units plus commercial. Comet Apartments, which is closer down to the Food Lion and is all apartments, has 264 units. That amounts to a total of 2,700 units since the traffic impact analysis was first done. And so we feel like that is going to have a significant impact on the original data. I myself live at the end of St. Patrick, so I see when the road backs up now to St. Patrick at the 8 o'clock traffic, and I will go into some of the other again in a minute. The third concern I have is, and this is just a minute thing, is that the traffic study proposal on page 30 of the agenda does not match the current concept plan on page 56 that was submitted as part of this rezoning application, and it still shows a connection at or near Simpkins Road. We talked about the U-turns. We did talk to, and I have a copy of the letter that was sent from Stantec to Wake Christian. And they are suggesting U-turns, but they have already said that they don't have funding for anything past that bridge. So all the improvements they're currently going to be doing are from Legend Road to Lowe's on that 401 pass. So everything this way that is just a proposal, it's not, there's no funding for it at this moment. So, and I also have a letter from Nicholas Lineberger, an email from him, who is with Congestion Management. He's a regional engineer for DOT, and he's saying, you know, that a lot of these projects are still in process, and there's still a lot of negotiation going on. So my other concern is that we're talking about adding 2 more traffic signals now for this project. That means between Legend Road and, let me make sure I say this correctly. It says from the southern access point of this proposed development from Legend Road. That means before you get to St. Patrick. And so that means every 800 feet is going to be a traffic light. That's like driving downtown Raleigh. I mean, is that really what we want for this part of our community? And then the sixth thing is that I addressed that about we understand about the turnarounds. We know that we know that there's a superhighway proposed. We know that's going to happen. But you're not looking at things like sight distance. I drive this road all the time, and from Simpkins Road to St. Patrick, there is not a good sight distance. There's nowhere to turn around. When people can't turn around at Simpkins, where are they coming next? I'm already seeing, I came home from the library the other day and turned up from Legend left, and I thought there's been a car wreck because traffic is stopped. People couldn't turn from Legend onto 401. People couldn't turn, people were trying to get around because they made a mistake of getting the right. It was time for people to pick up kids from Wake Christian. So even with that, the people who are coming into Wake Christian, which means they're making a left turn, they were backed up so far past where this new development is considering being put, and they were pulled over into the median of the road on the left side, which is not safe for anyone. And we know the reason there was a light put at Wake Christian originally is because there were a couple of deaths of students coming out of Wake Christian, and that's not anything any of us want to see. So in conclusion, I respectively ask that the town deny the rezoning request because the applicant has not demonstrated that the project will not be detrimental to the area from a traffic standpoint. And if the board chooses not to deny the application and the project moves forward, I would like to see the following conditions added to the approval. 1, no connection other than the gated emergency access to St. Patrick or Woodcrest allowed under any circumstances. 2, no parking be allowed on St. Patrick or Woodcrest for this development's residents, and signed accordingly, because we know that's what's going to happen because there's not enough parking planned for this development either for that number of units. And then 3rd, no construction access be allowed as the project is being built from St. Patrick or Woodcrest, because you're already talking about if they've got to have water, they're going to be tearing up the middle of St. Patrick. What are we supposed to do coming in and out of that development? And they just ran sewer on the other side of St. Patrick, on their side there, to go to the George's Landing property all down St. Patrick. So I think we are being denied full access of our community, which we all love and have, purchased homes to live there. My children have been a part of Garner. I'm a retired public school teacher. 30 years I served. And so I applaud your service to your community. And I just thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay, I hope we're getting to a point where most viewpoints have been heard, and of course, as you know, we're not anticipating making any final hearing tonight. The usual recommendation would be to refer this to the Planning Commission. Okay, I'll hear from maybe 1 or 2 other persons. I see this gentleman right over here. No, I'm sorry. Actually, I was pointing to the gentleman behind you. If you want, yeah. I happen to see his hand first, is all. Yeah.
My name's Barry Portier. I live at 508 Lawndale Street, right over there at Lakeside, so I'm a little far away from where most of you live. But this project and other projects like that, I'm glad to see all of you here. I think what we have to decide, not the ladies and gentlemen up here, but we who vote, if the change is coming, that place wasn't designed for children. The people who move in there, they have 1.5 kids, and most of those places. These projects are designed for people who live in urban areas and who want to move here. You look at the places in Raleigh, Tryon Road, and I know a lot of people who move there, it looks like heaven to them. I'm like, I had a friend call me, I can't put my lawnmower between the houses, do you guys want it? So what we have to decide is Garner is going to slow down growth, or it's going to come, but it's going to come inevitably. And what we, the citizens, have to decide, I don't know if there's any way to stop this train, but there is no way. The kind of places that we bought and we live in aren't applicable anymore because people who move into the area like places like that. They don't want to cut grass. They want to walk to convenience stores or the supermarkets and everything like that. And Raleigh has to expand. And like in most cities, Raleigh, this has turned into an urban area. So you have, you know, Washington, D.C., and when I was a kid, it used to be lots of grass and urban areas around it, and then it transitioned to the country. Well, we're at that point, and what everybody here has to vote and decide, along with these people, and who you want to put in and who you want to put out, if you want to slow this down. It's coming. There's no way to stop it. No one is going to build apartment, townhomes, and complexes that have the kind of green space that we all grew with. It's just not financially feasible. And the perfect example is that is the place, those townhomes right next to Lowe's Food and Planet Fitness. I was like, that looks like a fancy prison. But that's the future. So you're going to have to decide with your votes and getting involved with all of this, the minutia of this. Are we going to go forward, or are we not going to go forward? Because the money for the tax base is there, but our quality of life is going to change. And it's whether you want to kind of control it or just let it run amok.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts. I'll recognize this gentleman here, and then I'll try to get one more over there. Okay.
I'm Carlton, not the other Carlton, but I'm Carlton Whitaker. Anyway, the little square that you see up here is where I was born and raised.
Please identify your address. We need to get your address.
5921 Fayetteville Road, but that is an old address that's 75 years old that I never changed. We used to have access to 401, and then when Colonial Heights was built, I ended up coming into Colonial Heights, so now nobody can find me.
Do you
that might be a good thing.
Do you get your mail at that address?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and everything.
Right.
Anyway,
Go right ahead, sure.
I have been so blessed to live in that property for 73 years. My grandparents owned all that property around us there, and that's how I ended up with 2.1 acres with that big square right there. I almost feel like that I owned several acres because it was nothing but woods. And believe it or not, as an old country boy, we always go out in the yard and pee. Now, when all this stuff comes around us there, I'm not going to be able to do that anymore. Anyway, excuse me for saying that, but that's just a thought. Anyway, a couple of things that I see that's positive. If it does go through, I love the idea that Mr. Singleton thought about creating a recreational area for all those kids. There's going to be a lot of kids. I'm talking a lot of kids because people are having a lot of kids that move into these places. Number two, we all, I think I can say for the whole group here, we appreciate being able to have a different access to Fayetteville Road opposed to St. Patrick Drive, because we just felt like that we was going to get bombarded with so many people coming into our entrance, and now that's a plus. So I would like to say that on my piece of property there, and to be honest with you, I know the owners, so I can't possibly throw these owners on their bus. They're good people. And if the project does go through, my only wish list is that they're going to win if it goes through, but we want to win too in some areas. I would like to win to make sure that I don't have 30 or 40 cottages right beside of my property, and have that, whatever you call that, buffer, to have some trees there so that I don't have to put up a fence to block myself off to create privacy for my own family. And so basically, I will say, if it's built, it's going to be first class. I know the people, known them for many, many years. And that's the positive thing that I can say about that. If it works, wonderful. If it don't work, that's also wonderful. And if we all had our wish list, I bet everybody in here wished that it didn't work.
Yes.
Am I right or wrong?
Yeah.
But the flip side of the coin, we're living in a different age. If there's any land anywhere around, big developers are coming in and purchasing it and redeveloping it and doing big stuff. So I will tell you this, if they don't get it, somebody else will, and there's no telling what could be put there. It could be something terrible to come into our neighborhood.
Okay, Mr. Whitaker, I appreciate your vim and vigor there. I'd like for you to keep your comments directed this way. You can speak to your neighbors when you get outside.
Okay, all right. Anyway,
Yeah,
thank you
almost finished?
thank you for allowing me to speak.
Okay, thank you, sir. There's a lady right back over here. Please be sensitive to a time frame.
Yep, it'll be
Thank
under
you.
5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Allie Christon. My father, Dave Christon, was the person running Par Golf for over 30 years. I grew up on this land. It means a lot to me, and I drove down from DC today and took leave from work to have the opportunity to speak because I can't stand idly by and watch it turn into concrete and cookie cutter rentals. So thank you for the chance to be here. Also would like to thank Jeff, Jacqueline, Ashley, and John, who I've spoken with over the last 2 years trying to figure this out. So thank you all for your time. This proposal is an egregious money grab by an already wealthy corporation who does this to make a living. The land means a lot to everyone in this room. In my opinion, I don't believe that the passion of the applicant is to beautify Garner and improve your lives and take care of this land. It's simply to make money. If we say no, they will go elsewhere and make money elsewhere. This does not have to happen here. The town council is not required to pave the way for someone to put in stores and 700 rental units just because they can afford it. All the public servants here in this room, and I've been a public servant too before for the federal government, so I greatly appreciate that service because it is a tremendous service. What you're required to do is represent the best interests of all the wonderful people who are in this room, who have elected you, who have been residents of Garner for generations and decades. You don't represent the real estate firms who are coming in to buy up all the land. You don't represent the people who will move into $2,000 one-bedroom apartments. You're representing the people in this room and deciding their quality of life, and I think they've all been making their opinion loud and clear for a long time. I don't work in public service anymore. I'm a conservation biologist. I represent the wildlife in their habitat who can't speak for themselves. So I know the birds that return to Par Golf every year to lay their chicks who will fly back next spring to find concrete. I know the peaceful turtles and fish that we've been taking care of in that pond for 30 years. I know all the pollinators buzzing by who are good for the community, the families of deer who live in the woods. I don't know where you think they go when we turn their homes to concrete. In fact, down the road in Fuquay, where my family lives now, everyone's all over the neighborhood Facebook page about coyotes now in their backyard and raccoons attacking their cats or whatever. It's because they're bulldozing all of the woods and these animals have nowhere else to go, and they're going to keep popping up in your yards and in the streets. I'll be honest, I'm very concerned from a policy standpoint that there's some playing fast and loose with the Swift Creek watershed protections here, the performance standards, as far as what we're interpreting as impervious structure as compared to the density of dwelling units. That seems very unclear, and it's baffling to me because it's our own drinking water, your own health. And flood water, you know, you can mitigate it all that you want. These 100-year floods are happening more and more frequently because the environment and weather around us is changing. I'm also concerned that the applicant has jerked around the town in this process. For instance, there were no mailers for a lot of people in the 300-foot buffer for that second neighborhood meeting, so they weren't able to go and represent. The first hearing was canceled without explanation to the public. I was told that there was a huge cost to the Department of Transportation that was making this whole deal falling through, and now the Department of Transportation has okayed certain things, so I'm not sure what's really going on behind the scenes there. I don't understand how it's Raleigh Public Water, but it's Town of Garner, but it's Wake County. None of that really makes sense to me. As far as talking about tree protection and planting native species, I can tell you guys that's greenwashing. None of this is designed to be environmentally friendly from my perspective, or else you wouldn't be bulldozing acres and acres of long-standing trees and woodland. And I really appreciate Representative Singleton and Dellinger for mentioning that there didn't really seem to be, whether it was 35% or 35 acres of green space, that's what we're being told, but it looks like tennis courts and stormwater retention ponds, which are not usable green space. There's been something fishy about this the whole time, and that's certainly going to be further investigated. There are alternatives that we can put on this land because the owners want to sell. I know that Triangle Land Conservancy has approached Wake County and the town council in order to do a joint purchase of this land as a park or open space. That way the family would get income, there's county jobs, you have an open space where all are welcome, not just the residents there. It's a huge benefit to mental health in the community. It improves local property values and draws visitors to the area. I also heard there being a wedding venue there. Maybe that could be nice, or a few single-family homes, as Nate mentioned. But Garner can do much better than this. Also talking about how people want these big apartment complexes. No offense to the folks in this room, I'm the kind of person who can't afford a house, so I've been moving from city to city, living in apartments. All new, brand new apartment complexes look like this and have the amenities that are being offered. It's not something special that would draw you to Garner over another place with these same exact apartments. People move to Garner, where are they going to go to have fun if all that there is apartment complexes and residential spaces that are only open to the residents? So I ask you, in summary, to please not vote on this development positively. We don't have to vote for the Kane family to take another easy money grab that kills wildlife, fells trees, and causes great distress and traffic problems to the citizens already living here who you represent. You can prioritize long-term community health and retention over short-term economic gain, and Garner can do a lot better than this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we've been at this for a little while. I'm going to declare a 10-minute break. We'll come back and try to wrap this up. We have heard, I think, from a good variety of people, so I want to go ahead and get this public hearing finished. But for now, let's take a break, 10 minutes, and be back. We'll resume. I declare a 10-minute recess. We're coming back to order. I know I sometimes think my gavel brings you to order, but as most of you know, there's a blinking sound that is the official starting. So it has sounded, so we're ready to resume. Let me just mention that we've heard from any number of you. However, I have here a list of some persons who signed up to speak that apparently have not yet spoken. I would remind you that you obviously can send an email to the town with your comments, and those will be received in that fashion. But we do try to get to as many people as possible, and all of the people if possible. So let me just ask you, if you signed up to speak, just so I can compare what's on my list here, and you have not yet had a chance to speak, would you just raise your hand? Okay, I'm counting, what, 4 or 5 people? 4 people. Okay, of those of you who raised your hand, is it still your desire to share your thoughts with us, or can you say that the previous speakers have already shared essentially your viewpoint? We don't want to deprive you of the privilege to speak, but many times others have maybe spoken in the same way you wanted to. So was my question clear? Are those of you who just raised your hand, are there any of those of you who don't still desire to speak, or you still desire to speak? Still desire to speak. All right. All right, well, we're going to resume at this time and seek to wrap this up in an expeditious manner. I appreciate your patience. The gentleman right out here, I will recognize you, sir, at this time, and the others of you, let me know. Again, I'm going to encourage you to try to keep your speaking to 3 to 5 minutes, preferably 3, but okay.
Yes, sir.
Identify yourself and your address, please.
My name is John Cooter. I live at 1903 St. Patrick Drive, which is the second house on St. Patrick. I'm number 11 on your list.
Okay.
And most of my concern is, in lieu of all of the other things that I've heard, the only things I would like to add is that I think building limitations should be made to 2 stories, possibly 3 stories in their central structure, or it should be in lieu of usage. I know they plan on having some shops and restaurants and that kind of thing. I think that the idea of having 800 families and 72 acres is a very high density. We can all look at things as what we can do or what we should do. And I think that, as some of the other people have brought up things about, is there play space, is there other things, that if this is approved, that it needs further research and conscionable thinking. What should we do as opposed to what can we do? And that's, I'm in.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for your brevity. Did I see one over here? Okay. If you will, please come forward. Just state your name and address for the record.
Laura Clemens, 6124 Crandon Drive.
And your name?
Laura Clemens.
Oh, excuse me. Go ahead.
What's the percentage of owner occupancy for this?
I'm sorry.
Percentage of owner occupancy.
I have no idea.
So are we talking about all zero? Zero owner occupancy? So you've already approved 2,700 apartments surrounding single-family residential, and you're going to approve more? You're even considering more? Really? I mean, I know property values are going up everywhere in Wake County, but when ours don't go up at the same rate as other single-family residential, is it coming out of y'all's pockets? Parking, how many parking places for 800 units? Because they won't all be family. Some will be rentals. You'll have 2 or 3 people living in them, like roommates, whatever. So you got 3 vehicles per unit. How much parking do we have?
That's usually discussed, Ms. Clemens, at the site plan phase, not at the zoning phase. So that information, they may have a loose number, but that's usually not discussed in the rezoning phase, even though it is a part of the process.
Okay. And water going down the middle of St. Patrick, but you're only going to improve one side of the road? How's that work? There's someone sitting right there.
It's set by the state that that's all that we can require them to do.
Okay. And what guarantee do we have that only 911 emergency vehicles use the access going into the neighborhood?
The applicant has stated that they will have a gate with a Knox box on it, and that Knox box is only available to fire drivers.
That's it. That's all I got.
Here, did I fail to recognize? That's on the list. All right, please come forward. Yeah.
I'm Glenn Garrett, and I live in Colonial Heights too, on North Sharon. So my major concern is the fact that I'm at the bottom of a hill, and I have a good deal of water runoff already when we have storms, and I'm concerned that if this project proceeds, it will be added to that. Even though I know they're trying to address that as part of their plan, there's bound to be some more water runoff, and we're all on well and septic, so I'm concerned about our ability to maintain that. And I did have one question too. I haven't seen in any of the proposal here. Is it not allowed that there be a fence between our property from Colonial Heights to the new development? Is there a fence there or just a buffer of trees, I think?
I'll give Mr. Treesenberg to respond to that.
So far, they've committed to the 30-foot planted buffer. I'm not aware that they've offered a fence, but that could be something.
Yeah, just a concern about foot traffic from the new development into the neighborhood. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay. All right. Yep. Was there anyone else over here? Okay, no? All right. Oh, okay. If you would, please, sir, come forward.
My name is Mike Sturgill, and I live at 1712 Pinedale Drive, and I have enjoyed living there for 39 years. My major concerns this evening, and I think the concerns of most of the people in our neighborhood, is the increased traffic congestion in the stormwater management. I think traffic congestion has been talked about. Stormwater management is something that the engineering department will have to address. But I will tell you that I live right behind the 7th green and 8th tee there on Pinedale Drive with the golf course right behind me. And during any prolonged rain event or hurricane remnant, the golf course in that area floods. There are streams of water coming off of Pinedale lots backing up to the golf course and out of the adjacent wooded areas. There's also a section of 401 and possibly the subdivision across 401 that drains through there on a small stream. My next concern is that we have hawks, owls, and possibly a peregrine falcon, which lives in the area of this proposed development. During any day, I can go out and I can hear the hawks calling back and forth to their youngsters as they circle around in that area over the golf course. There are also owls in that area at night, and so I ask that you do everything possible to protect the nesting sites of those very important predators. Final thing is the concern is that the property has been a golf course for over 50 years. Having retired from NC State University after 25 years of working with researchers in the Department of Crop and Soil Sciences, including the turf grass and pesticide fate researchers, I'm concerned that the soil under the greens and fairways and possibly the sediment in the pond have heavy metals built up in them from the use of fungicides and pesticides on the golf course over its many years of operations. So we need to do everything possible to make sure that there is no release of any of those dangerous heavy metals into the environment or into the watershed, since this pond and the drainage from it comes into, I believe, Lake Benson.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your time. I'll go to this side one more time. Was there someone over here that I missed? Okay, I guess not over here. Anybody else over here? Okay. And let me just say, I appreciate your patience and the decorum which you've used. You know, these hearings can become contentious at times, but you've conducted yourself, and hopefully this dais of people here has done the same. That's our objective, is to respect the rights of others, and for us all to have an opportunity to share our thoughts and ideas and concerns. So if that's it, Ms. Attorney, I guess it's time for us to close this particular hearing and call for a motion, even though before I do that, I'll give council one last time to make any observations or comments in light of then proposing a motion of some kind. Mr. Matthews, okay if I start with you?
Okay, yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask for the presenters from the back there that seem like it's been a very hot button, was play area for kids or that kind of area. I know y'all been doing a lot of riding, and probably halftime we had a chance to chit-chat a little bit. Is this something you want to consider coming back to us on to have that discussion to remedy that, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, well, I'm not sure of all the parameters that covers, quite frankly. Do you want to hear from?
Yeah, yes, from that gentleman, yes, sir.
Okay.
I know Mr. Singleton brought it up on play area for kids and what have you. And if you want to address that again, or potential changes that you might want to consider doing.
Yes, sir. And I won't speak to kind of the process in which those changes get made, but I'll just say on a big picture standpoint, I think we can, one, both work on what you see here, but two, there is a significant amount of space that is not shown on here, you know, for a variety of reasons. This is really just kind of the code compliant, but there's a significant amount of other open area that is used. And so we can look at that and also give you a better sense of what's really there on the ground as well. But in addition to looking at, is there some reconfiguration that can occur to create some of those spaces that Councilmember Singleton and Councilmember Dellinger raised? Yes, sir.
So that's a yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Birch, while you're there, one question is brought up here. I just want to confirm. The 800 units here, are they all going to be rental units? Whether it's townhomes, single-family apartments, they'll all be rental units?
This time the plan is for all of them to be rental units, but I do want to note that the townhomes will be on individual subdivided lots. So there is the opportunity for those to be sold as well. But the plan right now is for them to be rental. Yes. Yes, sir.
But you said you want to comment. I'm going to comment. I'm looking at the conceptual plan and this magical land that he's talking about. There is land, but where trees are and shown in diagrams and buildings are, there's not a large rectangular square area for kids to play, one or two of those. That's my point. Plus, it's already been mentioned, this should be a 100-year storm. I mean, with what's happening across this country and the world now, we should have a 100-year storm. There's no question about that. The golf course area has some hills. I know there'll be grading done here to make the project, if it gets approved, make it work. But these residents in the Pinedale area and also Colonial Heights, we need to make sure, and usually projects make stormwater better, but that doesn't always happen. So in my opinion, this project does not need to move forward. It needs to start over with 100-year storms and play areas that are clearly defined. We don't need to go, well, send it to the Planning Commission. They don't have the authority we have. That's not their job. Their job is to critique it based off the UDO and what they have in front of them. They're not going to come on here and say, hey, y'all need to have more acreage. They don't have that authority. So we shouldn't do something that we agree, I think most of us up here agree on, that we should do and pass it to them and say, we'll let them have it. That's not fair to them to do that. So I'll let the other three talk and we'll go some more.
Ms. Behringer, I'll go to you.
Well, yes, I would agree with Mr. Matthews and Mr. Dellinger and Mr. Singleton. The recreation area is a big concern. I have 5 grown sons, and we could not have survived if they had no more space than this to move around in. They've got to have a place to play and to let their energy go, and we need to provide that if we're going to move ahead with this project. My other big concern is the traffic. I travel that route quite a bit. My children went to school at Wake Christian Academy, and it's a nightmare going up and down 401, particularly at rush hour in the morning and the afternoon. I would like to see some more of the traffic impacts included in the information that we're being given. It's one thing to say, well, this is the way it is right this minute, while we have other projects coming on board all along, and that's going to make a difference too. So I would like to see more emphasis on the impacts the traffic is going to have.
Mr. Vance?
Yes, Mr. Birch, you said you're going back to look at the open space that was discussed, because that was consistently mentioned by the residents that are concerned about the open space, also the conservation areas, and I'm inclined to agree with the open space and the need for more open space in this particular project, and to go and back and relook the configuration to better accommodate what has been spoken here and the concerns. And you've taken, I've noticed, taken copious notes and taken consideration what the public has said about their various concerns, which possibly can be met if you look at it in more detail.
Okay, and Mr. Dellinger, I didn't forget about you, sir. You're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to concur with my colleagues. I think the open space is a real issue, particularly related to that 25%. Also, with the existing land use plan designating it as recreation area and space, that should loom large on the development of this space, whatever form that takes in the future. I also have concerns with the inconsistency with the current land use plan with regards to the commercial use. This is 2,000 more residents coming into this part of the town. The traffic concerns I have on my list as well. I think the parking is actually an interesting one as well, because if these are rentals and there are conditions being offered at this early stage, we need to really look at what that parking situation looks like in a rental configuration versus ownership. It may be similar, it may be different. I think there's evidence to suggest that there is going to be a higher parking requirement when you're dealing with full rental properties. And I think I agree with my colleagues that this project needs a lot more work. And some of the environmental concerns and the runoff and 100-year flood. We approved a project. We required 100-year flood control. The fact that that's not here and this project has been in this pipeline for 18 months, I'm really kind of surprised at the state of it. But I think it needs a lot more work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So, council, we are at the point, I believe, of moving this forward through a motion of a type. I shouldn't say of a type. We have an option that basically is recommended to us.
Can I ask the attorney, if we don't care to move this forward to the planning commission, but we wanted to go back to work with staff on open space, play space, 100-year storm at a minimum. We want to see some parking numbers and we want updated traffic information. How do we do that, Ms. Jones? Do we open the public hearing back and delay, not delay it, table it, or what do we do?
Yeah, you would have to keep the public hearing open because under state law and our UDO, once you close the public hearing, it automatically goes to planning commission.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, can we reopen the public hearing?
I'm not sure it actually got closed because he said he was going to close, but he wanted to hear from council first.
So technically, it's still open, I believe, yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, I move that we table this and have the developers go back and work with staff and address the issues that have been listed, and there may be more. And then before it becomes back to this council, whether it's 1 month, 2 months, 6 months, 5 years, there's another neighborhood meeting that they meet with the neighbors, and they go through that process, and then it can get back onto the schedule with working with staff and the council and the planning commission and so forth and so on. But the neighbors need to be needs to make sure that whatever what is it, 800 feet now? Yes, 800 feet, right?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, and that, 300 because it's from the previous ordinance. Okay, 300 because the previous ordinance. Okay.
Sure,
300 feet,
yeah.
we'll make sure that if your name's somewhere that you've been notified for this meeting, you'll be notified.
And I'll just observe at the risk.
Just a second, I made a motion. I need a second. I'm going to put that in the form of a motion. Yes, okay. Go ahead, Mr.
No, I was just going to comment. I know Mr. Singleton was speaking somewhat in generalities. I was just going to tell him I hope it's not 5 years. I'm getting older, and I'm not sure I could wait that long. But anyway, we have a motion on the floor. Yeah.
Add the condition of the soil from the golf course. That oftentimes is not noticed, and yet you pay for it later. For instance, Roundup gets rid of bushes and shrubs that also weakens the soil and causes it to collapse. So I'd like to have that examined too.
Okay.
I don't think he heard you.
Did he hear me?
I don't think so.
Mr. Dellinger, are you still, can you hear our audio?
I hear you now, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, was there any other comment I've given everybody else? We have a motion before us now. And
I have no comment. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. All right. All right, council, if you're ready to vote, you have the motion before you. So if you favor the motion, would you vote aye?
Aye.
Any opposition, no? And there is none. So the motion passes unanimously. Ms. Attorney, I guess the timing in terms of when this comes back is open-ended at this point. Is that right?
Yes, basically the planning department would make a determination that it's been resubmitted and addressing some of these concerns.
Okay. Okay. Between that department and I guess the applicant, an agreement will be reached on a time to bring it back. Okay. All right. I don't know of anything else that needs to be said on this matter. We do have a couple of other things on our agenda. So for all of you who came out for that, you all understand this matter has been tabled. We're going to hopefully send it back to some folks that can work on some of these concerns that you had. And hopefully before it's all over with, this will be something that everybody in here can be pleased with, even though that may be an impossibility. But that's the intent, as you can understand, of this council. Nobody's trying to railroad anything here, and so we hope that it works out to the good of all. Okay. If you want to stick around for the rest of the meeting, you can. But if you want to leave, I'll understand you may want to do that. So if you can, just kind of go out quietly. Thank you.
Here. Take care. It was nice seeing you.
Nice seeing you too.
Nice seeing you too. Y'all be careful and take care too. All right, bud.
Hey, come up here.
Don't have have a presentation, so I was just going to take that off the screen.
Okay, go ahead, yeah.
Where does, let me live. Right there on the right.
Thank you. Okay, council, the next item of business under new and old business, I'm going to recognize our town attorney who will lead us through this discussion on the one item under that segment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any formal presentation. As you may recall, a few months ago, I believe at the budget retreat or the budget work session, you heard from LMG regarding the downtown development project. This is basically, they have asked for an amended and restated memorandum of understanding so that they understand that the town is committed to going forward, perhaps with a different plan. So they're asking for you to approve the execution of this amended and restated memorandum of understanding so that they can continue to invest in looking at options for a downtown development project. And they would come back to you at a subsequent meeting to present a new plan.
Question, Mr. Mayor.
Go right here, Mr.
If I recall correctly, it was being discussed maybe moving it down further near 70 versus the original place. Is that what we're talking about here?
Right. In it, not just looking at the parcel that's beside the recreation center, but in looking at some other town-owned property that's south of the recreation center between that and Route 70.
So I guess my question is, does that open that parcel back up if somebody else wanted to do anything with it, or how does this impact that?
My understanding would be that corner parcel would still be part of this project, but perhaps just limited to commercial or some other non-residential uses.
Okay.
Any other questions for the attorney on this matter? Anybody?
Mr. Mayor, I do have just one quick comment or question. I'm in favor of doing the MOU and continuing with LMG. I just want kind of whatever first presentation they bring back has got to include their proposal or plan for the parking deck and any new cost share proposal. That needs to be very early in the process.
Okay.
Good point.
Point of clarification, Mr. Mayor, just for me, I know where the original parking deck was going to be adjoining to that. If it goes to a different location, I'm not sure, Mr. Dillinger, are you talking about keeping the deck there or moving that deck to the new location? I guess is the question I have.
Yeah. I was referencing what they had sort of preliminarily presented to us on having the deck at a different location, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So is the way this is worded here in terms of the action to be taken, does that need to be revised? It says, consider authorizing the town manager to execute the amended and restated MOU.
Right. That's the title of the document, and it's in your packet.
Okay.
It is very similar in structure to the original MOU. It just indicates that there are other parcels now involved.
Okay. So by the council approving on that, then that gives the town manager the opportunity to sign off on this, right?
Right, and that sets up a timeline for them to present a plan to you, and then if you are amenable to that plan, then we would enter into another master development agreement with them that would have all of the commitments on both parties.
Okay. What say you, council? You ready to take that step so this can move forward?
I'll move that we authorize the manager to move forward with the amended and restating MOU between the town of Garner and LMG Garner LLC.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Vote. If you favor the motion, would you vote aye?
Aye.
Any opposition, no? Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Committee reports are our next item, I believe. Is there at least one?
Yes, sir. From the HR department, just want to let you know, let the council know that we will be looking at applications for various openings on the Planning Commission and Board of Adjustments, and also the senior citizens. Hopefully, we try to get those filled in the very near future. A date to be determined.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vance. Any questions for him? They stay pretty busy most of the time. Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, we'll hear from you now, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to call on Assistant Town Manager Jody Miller to give us an update on the Talk of the Town report.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Council, as part of your agenda packet for tonight, we have the monthly August Talk of the Town report for your review and discussion this evening. A few highlights that I wanted to share with you. One regarding replacement of the Garner Rec Park signage. This is something that we discussed at one of the previous meetings. That sign a new sign's been ordered and is expected to be installed by September 21st, so that is in process. We also have several property maintenance updates around town, and this is a follow-up to some of the discussions council had at the previous meetings, looking at specific properties that grass and weeds needed to be mowed, also looking at some of the broken islands and medians that have been reported to NC.DOT, and then also reaching out to utility providers regarding any broken or damaged utility boxes. So just wanted to make the council aware. All those things are in process, working with our partners in order to address them appropriately. Following on to the second page of the Talk of the Town report, we're excited to share that the Communications Department has rolled out an animated video about tall grass. There's a link in your report. If you haven't had a chance to click on it, I encourage you to do so. And really, the video sort of is a helpful reminder to residents about the expectation of mowing up to the curb or the edge of the street. And so it's a fun way to kind of get that message out and remind people. Inspections and Communications have also been working on a bilingual notice of violation hanger, and you'll actually see a picture of what the new door hanger looks like for the notice of violation. So we're excited to have that as a communication tool, and Communications will be putting information out on social media to make residents aware of the new door hanger. So just one of the topics we had talked about at previous meetings was a way just to make sure we reached out to the community and reinforced the messaging about property maintenance, and so those are some of the strategies that we've been working on. There was also a question about the redesign of some of the zoning signage that came up at the last meeting, and just wanted to report that planning is still working through what those new design would look like and logistics for producing them. The goal is to have a new design ready for review in September, just a few weeks away. Also wanted to make the council aware that the Planning Commission meetings are now being rebroadcast, and they're recorded on Spectrum 11. So they'll run daily at 2 p.m. and 10 p.m. So just wanted to make you aware. They're still also being broadcast live on Facebook Live and YouTube as well. And then GPAC kicks off a new season, kicks off its free concert to celebrate the historic building's 100th birthday on September 16th. And more information about that performance and the other performances planned are available on the town's website under GPAC. The last page of your report looks at our monthly analytics for the Garner Info app. As you recall, this is the tool that we use and encourage residents to use when they have an issue addressed, or they see some sort of violation, to let us know and we investigate. Over the last 30 days, we had about 41 requests submitted through the app. If you look at by the type of request, you'll see by far it was tall grass and weeds, and we talked about that just a few moments ago. 'Tis the time of year for tall grass and weeds, and so our inspections and Public Works Department have been really hard at work trying to help manage those complaints and deal with notice of violation when they needed to. And you'll see that by the responding department, about 67% of the complaints that were submitted through the app, Public Works or inspections, has been responding to them, and about 80% of those total requests that were received have either been completed or in process. So that's just a brief overview of your August report. Happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Okay, questions for Ms. Miller? Oh,
So they're for notices of violation. So when there's a specific violation or potential, that's when the inspections department will put them on the door hangers.
It's not going to be an overall distribution. Let people know what their responsibility is.
No, I think this is just for notice of violations, my understanding. That's correct. So things like the video are more sort of broad in their reach and hoping to remind people about expectations for property maintenance and cutting grass. We'll be able to share those on things like our social media and those types of things. You're welcome.
All right. Thank you. Next, we'll have the town engineer, Leah Harrison, give us a capital projects update.
good.
Evening. I feel like I have to shorten this.
Welcome back.
I'm too short. All right, we will keep this fairly brief. I'm not going to go through every single project with you. You guys have the list of all projects with their updates in your packet. So I'm just going to hit on some highlights, and then I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have from there. So starting with street and sidewalk projects, we have the Lake Drive widening was completed in April. So that project is completely done. The Vandora Springs Road Improvement Project is also complete. The one thing we have remaining there is when the weather cools down, we will have the contractor come back out to reseed all the grassed areas. We just need it to be a little bit less hot if we ever get there. The Aversboro and Garner Road sidewalk projects, those are getting close to the end of design. We've finished 65%, so moving toward final design. We are planning for a public meeting on those projects, probably toward the end of September, or into early October potentially. And we will certainly let y'all know of hard dates when we have them, so that you can share that information. The 2023, I went back a year, resurfacing project is kicking off next week. We have notice to proceed for Monday. We are working on getting out postcards for the areas that will be getting speed tables as part of that contract. So as soon as we have a schedule from the contractor to have a good idea when that work will be happening, we will finalize those and get them out. And then all of the rest of the work, we should have a schedule. We've asked the contractor to keep it up to date as far as which streets he'll be on so that we can keep people informed of where the work will be happening when, and they will put out door hangers as they move as well. So that should be getting underway. On facility projects, the Town Hall Annex, just as a note, you will be getting a more detailed update on that project next week at the work session. So that is coming up on the progress of that project. A couple of highlights on parks projects. The South Garner Greenway extension is also moving toward a public meeting, likely around mid-September. I think they also have plans shortly thereafter to have a presentation to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, and then an update to y'all as well. And one of our next projects to go out will be the Meadowbrook Dam rehab. So that is a contract that we are preparing the bid book right now to put that out to bid. So that will be one of the next ones to start, is to begin draining that dam to breach it. And then there will be a period where it is allowed to rest before any further work goes on there to ensure compliance with the environmental regulations. That one is upcoming. And then on the stormwater side, we have Junction Boulevard. That project is also complete. We have a couple punch list items, but we're substantially complete now. That was to line the culverts at Junction Boulevard and do some work at the head and the end, riprap, stabilizing the banks in those areas. And then another one of the next projects to go out will be the Forest Ridge Road culvert, which is similar. We will be lining that corrugated metal pipe culvert and then doing some work on the banks at the top and bottom of the culvert. So that will be going out pretty soon as well. And then just a few highlights on NC.DOT projects. B 4654 is the Benson 70 Bridge project. That is currently still scheduled to be let November 21st. I was told today that they are assessing over the next couple weeks if anything is going to change there, but I think they're mostly ready. They're just looking for some utility. Sure.
5070 bridge.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, it probably was pushed from there. I know we had a utility coordination meeting with them today, and they're still working out some utility issues, which I think is what's holding them up, which we're all too familiar with. But yeah, so right now it's on the list for November 21st, which they predict would put them starting work around January with an 18 to 24 month construction time. Kind of in the similar area, B 5681 is a new project. That is the bridge, Vandora Springs Bridge over 70. That will be one of the next ones that they're starting. We just had a kickoff meeting with them, or a preliminary meeting at the beginning of this month, to start looking at design alternatives to pursue. So that is a ways out, but that will be one that is coming down the pipeline, and is really being treated as a bridge replacement and an interchange improvement project, because there's some improvement that's needed in the way traffic flows on and off that bridge. So we're looking at that with them. And then we mentioned this earlier tonight, but the 401 project from Old Stage to Mechanical is still scheduled to be let in March of 2024. And the other section of 401, which is down near 1010, is on the schedule for July of 2024 as a let date. And if there are any other DOT projects that you guys would like updates on, I'll go track down the information that I can, but those are your highlights.
Question.
Sure.
Lake Benson, of course, it's extremely low, like everywhere else right now with no rain. I have picked up some discussion that they were looking at the dam down at 50, making that somewhat larger to increase the water storage and which make the lake deeper. Can you comment on that, or is it just a rumor going around?
No, I believe they are, and John might know more than I do, but I know Raleigh Water does have plans to increase the level of the lake by probably a couple feet, which does make it deeper.
There's a device that is being planned as a part of that, the renovation for that dam. Some of the immediate work has been done that you've seen recently, but they're going to be coming back with a device whose name escapes me right now, that is something that they can raise and lower, but it would add potentially an additional 2 feet of capacity, but also sort of 2 feet of protection for when we have storm surge and times that is high as well.
Back to you. Go ahead.
Can I ask Ms. Harrison a question? The White Deer Park, the inclusive playground and splash pad, I was disappointed when I saw it say summer of 2025. That's going to be 2 more years. So that's 2 more years.
Yes, I think it was hoped to be open next year, but I believe there was, Maria's here too. Do you want to speak to that, or do you want me to? I can do my best, but she probably knows better than I do.
So we're working with a design firm right now, and I think some of the timeline has to do with the sale of the bonds for construction, as well as the sort of delays in delivery of product, particularly for the playground. But we should be able to bring to you concept plans for that project. What month is this? August? Probably in October. So you can see the direction of both projects.
Okay. And I'm going to mention this again. I mentioned it before. We're sure that the restrooms over there are going to be enough when you add however many kids could go on that splash pad. I'm just trying to think all this out. When you got a bunch of kids over there in the summertime and they're wet and it's a Saturday or Sunday and the shelters are full, I'm just thinking out loud to make sure we got plenty of restroom space, or we'll have porta potties over there. I'm just thinking out loud. So,
all right.
That's something you got to think about.
Yep, that's true.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the answers. That helps, even though it's disappointing that it'll be 2 more summers before it's open.
Did you have anything else, Leah?
No, just open for questions.
Oh, okay. Any other questions for Leah?
Yes, I have several. Reference to the Vandora Springs Road interchange improvement project. You didn't have a schedule on that one as of yet?
I do not have a schedule on that as of yet. Jeff, you don't have anything, right? The Vandora Springs Bridge? I don't think we had a schedule for that yet. No, we just met with them, the structures group, early this month to look at what design alternatives they're going to pursue. So they're still pretty early in the process.
Okay, so they have a TIP number for it?
Yes.
And TIP number is again, please?
Is B5681.
B5681, okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, next one is on the Jones Sausage Project. I looking here and said we have a 65% design plan. Some time ago, we were talking about looking at an estimate once we get a certain percentage of design plans.
Right.
And go ahead.
Sure, sorry. So where we are right now is they have just finished, if you remember when we talked last time, we had identified some potential well and septic impacts of expanding that roadway. And so we paused on moving any further on the plans themselves to take a look at those. So those have been completed and they're working on incorporating those into the plan so that we have a good grasp of what potential impacts there really are going to be. That is going to be a big step in knowing a cost estimate moving forward, because those impacts could be minimal or they could be very meaningful, right, depending on what relocation options we have if we are impacting one of those systems. So that work is going on now by the consultant, and then we will have an updated cost estimate once we know those impacts. We also are working, as that is going on, to put together a LAP application for that project, which will be due in the next couple of months. So those things are both kind of in the works, and I think both of those things will give us some more clearer idea on what the future of that project looks like, and whether we need to make some decisions about where we're gonna what money we're gonna be able to spend there at this time.
Gotcha. And do you have an idea how long it's going to take before you have an estimate roughly in your mind?
I think within, I would say by the end of the year, they should have those complete, and we should have a new estimate for that.
One last question pertaining to the Meadowbrook dam breach.
Sure.
I know that, well, also I know that, but I'm thinking that the citizens there are considering looking at that as a part of their possible view shed for their homes. Has any consideration been made in reference to notifying the citizens to let them know that this is going to be no more for them?
Yes, I believe some of that coordination has taken place. Sorry, I keep snagging Maria up.
We had a meeting a few months ago.
Okay.
But yeah, we had a meeting with all of the residents a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
And discuss what the new view shed could look like, the possibility that the pond could go away, although it's our desire to put some type of water feature amenity there. We can't really say right now what it looks like. The dam has to be breached, and then the waiting period, and then a design on what it can be. They were concerned about some of the trees and things like that, but most of the trees are on their property, so we don't really, we're probably not going to have a lot to say so about that. But we have had a lot of communication with the residents. And Maria, you want to add anything?
No, we did the meeting specifically for the neighbors of the Meadowbrook State, so they all received a letter from us inviting them to the community meeting. We had pretty good turnout, and I think a couple of the ones who were not able to attend have followed up with questions. There's also a developer who is developing some new homes on the site, and he has referred potential buyers to us for questions, so we're keeping as many people as we can informed of what's going on.
Okay, thank you.
We did have an engineer at that meeting, and we had some conceptual plans at that meeting also. And I've had conversations with several of the residents over the last couple of years, and the developer before he broke ground, about that pond possibly going away and not being a selling point for his homes.
All right.
So,
thank you.
Shouldn't be a surprise.
Gotcha.
Yes, yep. So just some reminders, the DFI Affordable Workshop, Thursday, September 21st, from 9 in the morning to 12:30. Just need to confirm that you're able to attend. I know I've heard from some. Just want to make sure we get the most council members we can there for that. And then some upcoming economic development events. The Garner Impact, formerly known as Connect Conference, is Thursday, August the 24th. And there will be a conference and a bus tour, as we typically do. The Triangle Community Coalition is having a vertical mixed use in Fenton tour. That's over in Cary. It's a mixed use vertical project with a lot of restaurants and residential. And they're going to talk about that type of development and take us on a walking tour. And just wanted to see which council members would like to participate in that. And the Garner Chamber Richmond intercity visit, September 13th through the 14th. Just basically a bus trip to look at some city amenities and some things, urban landscape, and maybe garner some ideas from that trip. Some things that, we could maybe use here in Garner. I know there was a trip a few years ago on their bus rapid transit system and how that was integrated into their community and as an asset. And so this trip, I guess, is going to look at some other things. Anything to add on either of those, John?
We would just need to know tonight if council's plan to attend any of those, because the Connect Conference or the Impact Conference is Thursday, so we're behind the deadline to get notification for that. So if you do plan to attend that, I think currently we have a response from the mayor and Mr. Vance for the chamber event, and if anyone else has responded, we did not get it. And then if you're planning to attend the TCC event or the Richmond trip, if you could let us know tonight as well.
Mr. Mayor, I can't make the Impact Conference. I may do the TCC. I'll see. I do have a question about the affordable housing event or retreat or whatever we're calling it. Where is it going to be? Is the first question. I know some members of the public have expressed interest to me in attending it. I assume it's an open meeting. And then the other is, what type of preparation will we need to do going into that retreat, or what materials? Will we get materials ahead of time?
Okay, the DFI.
The plan would be for the DFI workshop to be here, probably in our training room.
Okay.
And it is a public meeting, but it's, again, focused towards the council as the primary audience and participants. And DFI has not indicated that there's any pre-work. I think their first session is setting the stage and discussion, and then there's a break in time, and then there's a second session planned. So they have not indicated any pre-work that they have asked us to do.
Okay. They'll be doing, I guess, assessment or environmental scan of what our affordable housing landscape looks like right now, and maybe what it could be.
I think there'll be discussion first, and then determine the steps to follow from there.
Thank you.
By this, when it comes to the Impact Conference, I was going to go to the initial session, but on that afternoon, I got an invite from, I believe it's the middle school, a big coming back to school day. They contacted me before I even heard of this.
Also, yeah.
Oh, are you? Okay, yeah. They invited, I guess, elected officials and some others to come out for this big kickoff day they have, yeah. So at any rate, I mean, I'm going to that afternoon. That's the reason I missed the bus tour, but I can go to the morning thing where I'm planning to. Anything else from you, Mr. Manager?
No, if you could just get with me after the meeting and let me know who's going to attend what, okay. So we'll have a good list.
And if there's general consensus that the date for the DFI workshop is good for everyone, we can go ahead and move forward with that workshop.
Yeah, okay.
That's all.
All right, Ms. Attorney, recognize you.
Yes, just briefly. 108 was passed over the governor's veto. There was an override vote last week. This is a bill that does makes a lot of changes to development standards, including building code and stormwater. So I will be working with staff to analyze the impact of this. The biggest impact probably is that there will be a new residential building code, which will not only be 1 and 2 family dwellings, but it will now include triplexes and quadplexes. And part of that means that you cannot mandate any architectural standards on those. So we'll go through the bill and I'll get a report back to you on some of those impacts. A lot of it is effective now. So we will have to adjust some things. There's also an increase in the value before you need a permit. It's doubling in value, so that may have a fiscal impact on some of the town's revenues. But it just was, the override was unexpected. It happened last week with several other overrides. So I'll work with staff to analyze that and we'll get a report back to you.
Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, let's do council reports before we go to closed session. And Mr. Dellinger, I'll start with you, if that's okay.
Nothing at this time, thank you.
Okay.
Nothing.
Behringer.
Yes, there's a couple of things. Mr. Manager, have we had any updates from Go Raleigh about the shelter in front of the senior center, GarnerNC Park, when they're going to install that? I think last time we talked, they said 2 or 3 weeks later, but that's well past now.
I'm going to look to Mr. Hodges. I know they gave us an update. I don't remember.
I do not have an update this week as to where they are on that schedule, so we'll check on that and let you know.
Yeah.
That would be good to get that shelter in as soon as we can. Okay. And the second thing is back to Mr. McDaniel receiving the James R. Stevens Award. When I was in high school and college, I worked at a camp for special needs children, and back then, that was the only time of the year that they were in an environment where they felt normal for the 2 weeks of the summer camp. Then they went back home to practically nothing available to them. So I just admire Mr. McDaniel and for everything that he's done, because the kids or the people that go to his programs feel normal every day. And I think that is just, I can't say enough good things about that.
Mr. Mayor, I do have one thing I'd like to say, and it's a reference to a situation that we currently have going on with one of the businesses here, and incidences of 911 calls, emergency calls that are going on. Be interesting to know, based upon what's happening in this country when it comes to xylazine and also fentanyl, overdoses that are happening, what type of overdoses are happening in the area, because from all of the warnings, it sounds like it's a wave that's going to inevitably hit throughout the nation. So it's something that I believe that we need to be aware of ahead of time to see what we can do, because I'm understanding that fentanyl nor Xylocan, are not responsive to the current type of, what is it, Norcan, I think it is, the Norcan type of administers to bring people back. So those type of things in my mind would be something that would be interesting to see as statistics as to, okay, is there a rise on these drugs in these areas? And are they in those areas that are currently, areas where we're currently having problems now? Just want to put that out there right now. Yes.
Did I get everybody? No, great.
Doctor, this in at all. You
That's
just
right.
think me
I
and
got it,
Mr.
yeah.
Matthews?
I put your initials down, but I didn't check you
I reckon you
off.
figured I've already ranted enough tonight. 2 items. One, the townhome development directly adjacent to Jurgen Park. It's just east of that. It's between Jones Foster Road and Jurgen. The avenues at White Oak, I believe. Outside landscaping, main entrance is just immaculate. Cleans a whistle. It's just as smooth as the top of this counter right here. However, their emergency exit is horrible. The grass is tall, it's messy. It looks like, let's see how ugly we can make this look so nobody will use it. It says a sign, emergency vehicles or whatever. That needs to be cleaned up. It needs to look different than it looks. I don't know what's on the site plan, but whatever's there is pitiful looking. Compared to the rest of it's immaculate. I can't complain at all.
It's bad.
But it's
really
bad. Yeah. Secondly is the Garner Ford Comprehensive Plan. In Gray's opinion, we're moving way too fast. I mean, I have not gone through this book like I need to go through it. we are at breakneck pace to get this approved, and I think, we really need to slow down and take our time. There's no need, there's no rush. I read about what's happening in Durham. They've been working on a plan for a year and a half. And last night, it got moved from voting on it last night to the next meeting after this fall's election, which is hilarious. But anyway, you just read all this stuff with that, what they're doing over there is very interesting. But, I mean, we just need to slow down and take a breath. Also, look at pages 50 and 51, open your book, and you'll see what I talked about earlier tonight. It's right here what we're talking about doing, and it sure wasn't anywhere where we saw in a particular site plan tonight. But we need to slow down. We don't need to pass this next week or next whatever. I mean, I got a job. I work, look after my parents. I cannot go through this like it needs to be gone through. And if I'm not allowed to, I would just vote against it because I don't know what all I'm voting on. So I just would ask that we just take a breath, because this is very important, because some of the things that were discussed tonight and at other public hearings, I'm not just harping on this one tonight, have been discussed about things that we need to look at. If we're going to be more dense in some areas, and we can be more dense but more green too, that's what Matt talked about with us more than once. If we choose to go in that direction, the council chooses to go in that direction. So I just wanted to bring that forward and say, let's please take a breath.
Just make comment on what Mr. Singleton said. I tend to agree a little bit. I think the good idea at the later stages of trying to get some UDO changes and some text amendment changes implemented very shortly after. I think the volume of that has increased to such a point that focusing on the Garner Forward plan and all of the UDO changes that have been put before us is too much. I think we're better served to really try to focus on the Garner Forward plan and getting it adopted and right. But there's not enough bandwidth to do both of those things in parallel, in my opinion.
I thought I was the only one.
I'm sorry?
I thought I was a slow reader, but it's okay.
Okay. Well, I certainly hear your concerns, and, I'll be happy to engage in some conversations as it relates to the time frame there, maybe with the town manager and the consultant or whoever else we need to speak to about reviewing that and maybe revising that some. No reason why we can't, I don't think. I'm not sure what our contract with the consultant, how that impacts this.
I think we're beyond our contract with the consultant. We certainly hear your concerns, but we'll need to go back and renegotiate with him and see what time he has. We're beyond the time he had allocated for us and is moving on to some other projects. So we just need to find out what his availability would be for us to extend his contract. And we also were working to try to get it to the point that we can actually use it as a guidance document. Right now, we can make it suggestive to people, but until it's adopted, we can't require them to come in and bring projects in under the new plan. So I think we want to do it at a speed that's understandable and so that everyone can comprehend it and weigh in on it. But we also were trying to do it at such time that we could start using it with people and actually enforce it. So we'll just need to find that good balance that council's pleased with.
Okay, all right. Did I cover everybody now?
Nope.
Okay, the mayor doesn't have it. Did you have anything else?
Well, I didn't hear Phil.
I'm good to go.
Yeah, I think he said he was all right, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. We have a closed session that we need to deal with at this point in time. Is that right? We've covered everything else. So, Mr. Vance, do you want to move the closed session?
Yes.
Okay. You have the citation there. Do we need to verbalize that?
Yes. Do we have two closed sessions or just one?
Two, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Mr. Mayor, I move in pursuant to North Carolina General Statute, Section 143.31811A3, to consult with the attorney regarding litigation and Section 143.31811A6 to discuss the qualifications, competence, and performance, character, fitness, or conditions of appointment of an individual, public officer, or employee.
Okay, motion's probably before this council. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second made by Mr. Matthews. If you favor the motion to go into closed session in regards to these statutes, would you vote aye? Aye. Okay, the vote is unanimous, so I'm going to declare we're in closed session just as soon. Okay. I declare that the council is back in open session. The council went into closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statutes 143.31811 to consult with our town attorney regarding litigation. And after a discussion, she gave us a full report, and the council accepted that. The second item in closed session was under section 143.318.11A6, and that was to discuss the qualification, competence, performance, character, fitness, appointment of an individual officer that the council is responsible for. And the council had a reasonable discussion regarding some of the processes that perhaps need a little attention, and agreed that moving forward, the council would complete this part of their responsibility as it relates to the employee. Was there anything else, council? If not,
Move we adjourn.
yep, okay. Second moved and made. All in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Okay, I declare this meeting of the Garner Town Council is adjourned.